Yo, welcome. It's Friday. All Stretch has entered the chat. Yeah, no, welcome everyone. Welcome to another stream. It's Friday. Let's see. Nice on both accounts. Hey, yeah. I saw City Skylines 2 was released and I just had to go play it for a bit. So that's what I've been doing in the past week. Didn't really make any music in the past week, but hey, whatever. Little disclaimer for the Patreon supporters. I know that the October pack is not yet up. Let me explain. Well, let me switch first. Cool. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, hey, it's fine. Like, I grew up playing SimCity, so... Like, I grew up playing SimCity, Roller Coaster Tycoon, those kind of games. So, that kind of shows my age as well. Anyways, for the Patreon supporters, the October pack will be up soon. I had a bit of an issue with the pack. So, I had an idea, a great idea, to go and record some Foley sounds. So I took my portable recorder. I still got it here, right there. It's a bit busted up because it's old. The battery cover is held together with tape because otherwise it falls off. But it works. It works fine. And I decided to go record some Foley sounds for the Patreon pack of October. But then I wanted to grab the recordings of the recorder, and I need one of those SD card readers, which I used to have, because that's the same one that I also use for my photography. It's those like those kind of cards. I'm not sure if you can see that, those kind of things. And I cannot find the reader, so I cannot get the files of it. And it also has like a USB cable, but it's one of those old USB cables. And I remember I ditched a whole lot of my old cables not too long ago. And I think I got rid of all of those old USB cables because I thought, well, I don't have anything that uses those cables anymore. So I just get rid of it. But it's one of those really old ones, like really old USB ones. I'm not even sure which one it is. USB A? Or B or something. It's like one of those, I think it's one of those USB mini ones or something, which I don't have anymore. So I can't get the files of it. So I've ordered a new card reader. One of those little USB card readers, which should be delivered, well, I hoped it was going to be today, but it's probably going to be tomorrow. So, yeah, pack is going to be a little delayed, but that's it. I was like, oh, I'm going to record a bunch of Foley sounds. I recorded like, I basically sat down ripping up cardboard and all kinds of other things, and I was like, yeah, that's great for the Patreon pack. And I was like, let me make the Patreon pack. It's almost November. Let me do it. And I'm like, where's the reader? I look in my camera bag. I'm like, wait, where's that thing? Okay. Look everywhere around my camera gear, and I'm like, wait. Look around everywhere around my computer. I'm like, where did I leave that thing? So I really can't find it, so whatever. I'll just order a new one, wait for that. Anyways, hope you all doing good. Let's play around a little bit with minimal audio's current to start off with. I want to play around with that a bit, so let's just get started with that, I guess, and see what we can make. So I do want to make more bass lines because I need to get better at bass sound design like usual. I always say that, but I guess that's a good excuse to play around with current. Yeah, let's see. So I actually think current is a really good synth for respaces. For some reason it really shines for respaces because there's so many things in it that are really helpful when making respaces. So I guess we can start with that and just see if we can make some kind of a res. So I have a little bit of a thing in MIDI here, playing C sharp, D, and then D and back to C sharp on a higher octave. So that'll give us a bit of a range to maybe make a patch and see what we can come up with. So let's first make this monophonic. And let's turn legato on as well, give it some glide. So I think it's really nice because you have like all these options here that are pretty helpful for Respace. So let's just start with 2 voices, 2 saws. Now that's really wide. Let's make them mono. So there you would have just your saw waves. Now there's some really nice filters in here. I really like this bass morph one. That one is actually quite nice. So if you grab that morph knob, you can see you get this kind of stuff, which is quite interesting. So maybe we can move this around a bit. So let's do no resonance for now. And let's use the key tracking as well. And let's use some kind of maybe a curve. Make something like the classic shark tooth kind of shape. And then let's do, I don't know, maybe 1/4 or 1/2. Quarter note dotted maybe, that could be fun. And let's map that to the cutoff here. Just give that a little bit of range. Being able to control the depth of the note on current is such a goated feature. What? Being able to control the depth of the note. What are you talking about? The depth of the note? You mean this? This thing here? Is that what you mean? That kind of, yeah, that's nice, but is that also connected to this key track? I haven't tried that yet, but okay, you cannot make any other points. That's a bit annoying though. Like it would be nice if you could also make other points so that you could like fully gate it. Oh, we can do that. Ah, okay. I get it. I wonder if it's also connected to this one. Doesn't seem like it is. So otherwise you could also change it there, but whatever. Well, we're just gonna leave it like that. Like if I map the key tracking on Serum, I can only control it with one thing. I mean, I guess that depends how you map it, right? Like if you map the key tracking to several different things, then in the matrix you'll have a remap thing for each one of them, so don't exactly know what you're going at. But it's fine. Cool. So let's also play with that morph a little bit. Let's do a little bit on here. And then let's take, oh wait, that's an LFO. Let's, well, I kind of wanted to have that one as well. LFO with like a 1-bar raise, and let's do free running. And then let's take this curve thing, and let's put that on the morph as well. And let's bring that up a little. Let's go in here and let's make this a curve. 1 bar, okay, that's cool. And let's make it free running. Let's take these off for now. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Maybe map this backwards or something. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's go and do a little bit of distortion here. Let's just drive that into it a bit. Now, because we're using two voices, the sub is also kind of cancelling out every now and then. You can see that here. The sub is kind of going up and down in volume, right? And, you know, that's maybe not always what we want. Now, I really like this fundamental thing here, where you can just turn the fundamental off. And you just get it without the sub, which is so good. Because then you can just go into here, and let's just put a sub under this, with only one partial, so just the fundamental. And now that is fully sustained underneath there. Can even run it through here. Maybe add this one on it. I think the perpetualizer is going to be 200 USD, I believe. Okay, I guess we should add a little bit of drums as well. Might want to have an audio track as well. Let's just see if I have some... maybe a break or something to start with. Let's see. Breaks. That's a bit loud. That's picked up by the mic. Back that down a bit. That one could work. Sounds pretty cool. That one sounds pretty cool. I actually like the kick in here, to be honest. Quite like it. Let's see. We have all the markers. I think I made this break myself, so just to be sure, let's just delete the transients. And I think that one is still there. I think so. Doesn't matter. Let's do that. Let me switch this to 16s. There we go. So just so I know that they're exactly on the grid, because I made this break from chopping up some other sampled break, and I know that it's arranged to the grid, so just to be sure we're not cutting off any like transients, let's just redo the markers real quick. There we go. I mean, I think 200 is, it might be on the steep side for like some people, but it's definitely worth the price for what you get. At least that's what I think. But yeah, it's gonna be, we're gonna have to see at this point, I guess. Let's do that. So now we have it in here. Make it a little quieter. So now we're not clipping. Okay, now it's basically 0. So that is, the drums are hitting at 0 already. Now I can basically now also say, I can, I guess I can just duplicate this 2 times. And then here, well, do I want to have them separate? I'm thinking real quick, do I want to do these separate? I guess that will be smart. So, those are the kicks. There we go. Then let's do the snares here. That's a kick, that's a hat. Here we have a snare. Also a snare. Do I want to have just the main snare or this snare included? Let's include that one. Wait, I need to select the other ones. That one, that one, that one, that. Let's do this. Nice. And then here we will have, I guess, all the hats. Why is that one off? It just looked off because we're zoomed in. No, it is slightly off. What? Okay, well, whatever. I'm not really gonna gonna worry. Do that. Okay. So let's grab this, and I guess we're just then gonna quantize these because apparently there's still something that's slightly off, but whatever. Let's do armor the settings right. Yeah, that's okay. Cool. Not sure if we're gonna need these other tracks, but these ones are drums for now. But because we have them separate now, I can also hook these up to the sidechain. So I can say, go into my sidechain triggers, and these two, kick and snare sidechain, I can select my break kick, and I can do, let's just do post effects, doesn't matter. Let's do break snare right here. Now, these are basically creating a click, but I do want to feed a C3 note into these. So what would be smart, since these notes are not C3, they're different notes, obviously, I think I can just chuck a device in here. I have a MIDI Max for Live device called Force Note, and I can just drop that in front of here, and then that just forces it to C3 or any other note. And I can just copy that and put that in front of this one as well. So now the note going into this, which generates the click for the sidechain, is actually a C3 note, even though the notes coming into it might be different. So that's just how I would solve that. And that way, anything that I do with the kick here, any sort of like movement I do, will automatically be followed by the sidechain, which is nice. So now I can group this and say bass or sidechain. And I can grab a compressor. And to just keep it simple, I can just have it listen to the sidechain trigger track. But I like having them separate so I can have like a different timing for the... Do we need that? Free effects, is it then also... Yeah, it should... Yeah, I'm being stupid. One more. Don't mind what I just did. But then I have separate timing, so I can set like the kick a different length than the snare. So if the snare is a little bit shorter, for instance, I can have that one be shorter than the kick. So that's why I usually have two separate ones. Let's just group that so we can turn it on and off easily. So now, that's basically sidechaining. Might be a little bit much, but we can always back this down a bit. Maybe I have to snare drum a little bit less. Because there's also like ghost snares. That's why maybe we want to split this one up between the regular snares and the ghost snares as well. That might be another thing that we want to do. That could be good for the sidechain. But for now it doesn't matter. Yeah, it might be good if we do that. For now, let's just do it like that. And then on the master, let me just turn the limiter on. So that we're, at this point, just clipping into the limiter. We're just using these settings, so it's basically clipping. But it's really only the loudest peaks there, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I guess the current can be a little bit louder as well. Let's go into the effects here, or let's just boost it right here. Yeah, there will be a rent-to-own option, so... There will be a rent-to-own option. And the rent-to-own stuff will basically... It will not be specific to current alone, I believe. If I'm like I've been talking back and forth with them, so I still have it open here. Let's see. So they sent me this thing, which I'm not sure if this is the actual final thing, but this is what they sent me of what their last plans were. Now, from what I've seen and read from them, spoken to them, it's very similar to how Kilohertz does it. So that's basically what they're thinking about. Now. From what I gathered, the rent-to-own will give you access to all minimal audio products. That's what I think is the case. Am I right? The complete engine... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. See, right here. Monthly. So you get access to 180 of loyalty credit after each year, redeemable on any minimal audio product. Use all current effects as standalone plugins. So that means that you also get access to the standalone effects when you do the rent-to-own thing, and you can just use them. And then after each year, so you pay 15 a month, which is what, like if you do 10 a month. So if you do the yearly one, that's $120. So you get back like 180 in return, and you can then spend that on any of their effects. So you actually get more than what you pay, and you can just spend that on the effects, and then those are yours. Now that's basically how it's gonna work, I think. No, but like it's different than renting, because when you rent something, like I grew up renting videotapes from like those stores that are that are nowhere to be found anymore, where you could just go in and buy a bunch of VHS tapes and or buy them, rent them. And you would go home, you would watch them, and afterwards you would return them. That's what renting is. Or you rent a car, and after your trip, you give it back. That's what renting is. Rent to own is different. You're paying something, and while you're paying it, it's kind of more like rent to own is more like when you buy an expensive product, and instead of having to pay the entire thing at once, you can opt to pay it in, bits every month. And that's what rent to own is more like. It's not necessarily like renting. So there is a bit of a difference there, I would say. Yeah, exactly. It is more like, I guess, rent to buy, but they call it rent to own. It's the same thing. Um, it's a payment plan, exactly. Yes. But yeah, like you can just then decide what you want to spend it on. So I guess that's pretty good as well, because you do the rent to own, you then have access to all of it, so you can use it, you can play with it, and see what you like and what you don't like. And then after you've gotten the credits for your from your rent to own plan, you can then decide, oh, these ones I really liked, these ones I really use a lot, so let's get those and spend your money wisely, I guess. So I think that's a good thing. And because there is still perpetual license as well, that's the main catch, right? That everybody wanted. It's fine if they want to have some kind of a rent to own or like some kind of a subscription thing, because like the whole kilohertz thing is also kind of like a subscription, right? But the thing is that there is also perpetual licenses for things, and that's the most important thing. People don't like it when they're forced into paying something monthly. If they, some people just want to pay something outright and just don't want to have to worry about something like that, like a monthly payment. And if you have the money for that, then why should you have to worry about a monthly payment? Let's be honest. So that's what didn't sit right with a lot of people, and I totally understand it. I had the same thing. It's more like a mortgage. Yeah, I guess you could see it like that. Exactly. Although it's still different because I believe with a mortgage you do have a lot of interest that you pay, so you're actually ending up paying more. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're actually going to end up paying more than what you should have paid if you paid it at once, which is different with this, because you're with this plan, or at least what they've told me. It's actually you're going to get back more than what you've paid, so that's still kind of different, but it's in that direction. Yeah, it's not like there's interest or anything, so you also have to worry about that, I guess. But I think it's a much better approach than having a subscription model. It's just not the way. People already don't like subscriptions, and then especially in these times when creatives are already having a really tough time getting paid most of the time. And if they even get paid, then they have a really tough time getting paid adequately for what they do. Um, and then the whole thing with musicians getting paid so little from like the whole streaming thing and how that has changed the music industry. It was not a good move. Let's be honest. It just wasn't. It was just bound to fail. And I think with me, I think just like what I say, like I just wish they told us, because if we were told as the people that they got in contact with while it wasn't released yet, if they had just all told us, then we would have probably said right away that this is a bad choice and don't do that, and they would have had chance to just rethink it. But because they didn't tell anybody, that's why it kind of went completely the wrong way. And you know, I just like to see that they did a 180 on it, you know, and that they listened to the community, and that they're now doing everything they can to fix it, and that's good. There's one thing you can do, and then there's another thing you can do, right? You can take the Adobe approach and just say, hey, fuck you, we're gonna do licenses with subscriptions, and we're gonna take perpetual licenses away, and we don't care what you say. And then there's the other thing, and that is just apologizing to your customer base and saying, we messed up, and we're gonna have to do this right. And that's what they did. So, you know, they did the right thing. That's just all I would like to say. Come on, go back to my second screen. Well, or not, then we're just gonna close you down. Serum was the first plugin with the rent-to-own model? Could be. Yeah, could be. I'm not entirely sure if Serum was the first, but it definitely was one of the first that got really popular doing it. Anyways, what were we doing? Okay, Reese still sounds very shitty, but so one thing that I really like, let's just go to just a Reese for now, and let's turn the sidechain off so we can hear the Reese by itself. So I guess that's fine. But what we also can do is we have the Morphe queue, which is really fun, because we can just create a point, and we can just then do something like this, and I can maybe put that point up or down, put it down, and we can just create a point, and if we then do this, it follows that line. So we can also do this, or let's not do that. Let's remove this one. Let's go here, and then I need to click and drag from there. We can also do that, and now it does that. Right, so you can already see how that can become pretty interesting. We can do weird things, and then, I don't know, curve this line up. So now it does that. So if we then map something to here, so let's do, I don't know, this one. And then if we lock this, for instance, and maybe even do, let's add something more to it. Let's do a randomized LFO. And let's put that on here with a bit more range as well. So we're actually getting, just changing every time it loops, and then maybe do 2 bars. And then if we have the morph knob locked, so I just have it locked there, I can now click randomize here, and it's going to keep this position, and it's also going to keep the modulation, but it's going to change the preset. So we just get something much more complicated like this. And we could also maybe map the key tracking to something if we want, or stuff. But let's just go through here and see if we can find something cool. We can also take the sub and do direct out on that one, so it's not being, and if I guess if we not route the sub through the filter, just have that direct out, then it should not be running through this. So now this is being processed, but the sub is not. And if we don't want this randomized thing, we can also just have it be like this. And if we have it free running, that might be smart. Let's do maybe 1 bar. And we can also grab this one and put it on here, for instance. Which is just offsetting the entire thing. So you can see how you can create some pretty cool stuff, and these will, I guess, do some other things to the position of these things. So you get like some pretty interesting controls to mess with everything. Not sure if we're gonna do this, but red thing is also pretty fun. Basically adding a different position to the left and right channel, so a little bit of that can be pretty cool. Just to add a bit of width, but for now I think I want to leave it mono. We can also see what happens if we put this after the distortion. Doesn't really do much of a change, but let's go and put maybe this one on. See if we can. Can we lock this as well? Oh, we can. Nice. That's nice. They really have thought of a lot of things with this, so that's really nice to see. It is, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We have a limiter on the master, so it's fine. You can also turn this on. Now it's being soft clipped. I want to see, let's go back here and let's run you back through here. let's put maybe that one in the mix somewhere. And then use this multiband. Actually pretty subtle. Oh yeah, of course, if we... Yeah, then it becomes more pronounced. Interesting. Very subtle. But hey, we'll have a little bit of width. Cool. That's kind of cool. That's some more stuff. Hmm. Let's see, what else do we got? Something to chuck in here. Let's see, let's see. Huh? Why am I still hearing the break when I do this? Oh, because this is soloed. Ah. That could be the intro thing as well. Let's get started with some stuff. Move you here, move you here. I guess we can copy them. Okay, so we're gonna that's 16 bars, okay. Grab another current. See if we can make something. So the bass is kind of doing a C sharp to D. So let's see if we can first do some atmosphere thing or something. I'm just gonna grab... Well, I can leave these notes. That could actually maybe work. Let's make some kind of a granular thing. Do on. Let's start with doing a bit of a shape. That maybe. There. Probably not that long. Okay, so if I now go in here and go to sounds, we can... Let's first save before we do anything. And now we can go in here and we can start looking for something. I guess tonal is a good thing to start with. And then there's a lot of stuff in here that we can... Wait, is that everything? Oh, it was still loading. I was like, why did I see the bottom of the list? But it was still loading. There we go. So these are also labeled with key because I chose tonal. Now we do have polyphonic and monophonic. I think for this I want monophonic. So just a single sort of like sound, not like... oh wait. We also have one shot. So if I do one shot, there we go. I don't want ones with a chord in it. Beat down. Now, that's my... giving us a couple of notes here. It's the 5th that it's playing. Why is this not going down? It's just way too long. Now I want to find a sample that I like, because this one is a bit shit, because it has all the different pitches in it. That's actually just octaves, so that's good. Put that in there. Now, let's start. Let's put the spray up a bit. And let's add another layer. Maybe spread it out a bit. Actually like it like that. Okay. I wish we had another option to sort of like add like different samples in here as well, like because you have like layers, right? I know that it's just spreading out across one sample, but like how cool would it be if you had like, I don't know, option to have 2 samples in here and have layer 1 play one sample and then have layer 2 play another sample? That would be really cool. I just want to have a bit of a atmosphere thing to start off with here. Try bandpass. So there's also the cluster delay is really interesting. You can kind of use this one as a reverb as well, which is kind of cool. It has all these different modes here that you can use. So these different ones, and it has the diffusion one as well, which is kind of like a, I guess just kind of like a reverb, which is pretty interesting. Now, currently it's just a delay. So if we made this more plucky, then we should be able to hear that. Really quiet. Right, so just doing that. But if we go into here and like that, we have all these different modes. So wobble moves these around. So if I overdo that, you can see what is happening. Kind of moving them around a bit. And you get like that pitch movement. Quite interesting. Then we have diffusion, which is more like reverb. Okay, we get that. Chorus. Basically just adds chorus to the delay signal. And phaser, well that's the same, but then with a phaser, flanger, same thing. Can be quite interesting. Frequency shift is also interesting. But I really like the wobble and the diffusion one. Those are pretty interesting. Yeah, Portal is one of my favorite plugins. I'm currently actually making a preset pack for it. So yeah, I have tried it out. Now this wasn't really what I wanted to do on this though, but I thought I wanted to check it out real quick, see if it sounded cool. I'm not too big of a fan of that one, the reverb. Well, it's good, but not for like well, I don't really like it for like lush reverbs or something like that. I would most of the time just grab a third-party reverb for that. I want to see if I like this thing. Quite wide, but doesn't matter. But yeah, Portal is nice. Like, I found out that I can make packs for it and actually have them show up in Portal, so as like a category. So I started working on a pack. Like, if you go to the preset browser, you have this thing here now. So I can actually make a pack and make it show up here and just make presets for it. So I'm currently doing that, and then I'll put that out somewhere. So it's quite interesting that that's possible. Yeah, okay, let's go and do something different. I'm gonna find a different sample because this one I'm not too... See if we can find something better. Cinematic or synth. Vocal. Let's not do vocal because then we're gonna get all those vocal melodies. I guess not melodic as well. Is there something that's the opposite of melodic then? That would be sick. Vocal phrase. Granular. Let's just do, what was it again? Cinematic. That sounds interesting. Still getting vocal melodies, goddammit. There's a lot of vocal samples in here, so... That's something that, Oh, I do like that sound. Let's mark that, because I do think it's a cool sound, but let's put that in here. Looking like crazy. That. There's like little thing to start the intro off with. And then let's grab, not sure how much low end is in that or how much low end is in here, but let's check real quick. I mean, I can also see it up here, of course. I'm so stupid. Let's just do this real quick. I mean, there's not even that much, so probably shouldn't matter too much, but there we go. I have Falcon as well, but I haven't updated yet. I don't really use Falcon a lot. It's one of those synths that I have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with. I think it's an absolutely great synth, but it's the kind of the same reason why I don't use face blend as much, is because there's so many things you can do with it that setting up a lot of patches takes longer than when you do it in a synth that has a more sort of like laid out interface, if you get what I mean. So, like Faceblend as well, like it's a great synth for doing really deep sort of like sound design experiments because it allows you to basically do anything you want. But the moment you are actually sort of like just, you know, you want to make some track or you want to just do some fun stuff and just make some music, then it's so easy with plugins like that to get completely lost in the sound design. And, well, maybe not even just in the sound design itself, but like just getting lost in like setting up the synth as opposed to actually making music because it just takes so much time to set up patches properly. So that's the only reason why, yeah, I do like for instance, Serum still to this day a lot because of that reason. It has a very simple interface, a very clear interface of like, okay, you have two oscillators, this, that, and runs like this through the synth, this is the routing, and that's what you're gonna work with, right? Sometimes limitations can be good in a sense, I find. Yeah, I think the updates are free, right? To like Falcon 3, but I never use it, so I'm not even sure if I have it installed, to be honest. UVI. Oh, I do. I do have it installed, but it's not even marked as one of my favorite plugins because I never use it. The reverb one is nice, though. This one I do sometimes use. Damn, that interface is huge. But this thing is pretty cool. But the Falcon synth itself, yeah, I don't know. It's just too complex for me. Not that I don't understand it, because I do. But it's just... No, I don't like the workflow in it, you know? Setting up a simple patch, you take like 10 steps to even get to like a very basic patch, which would take maybe like one step in a different synth, if you get what I mean. Something like that. So that's a bit, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's free. I mean, I might check it out, but I don't think my opinion on that is gonna change that easily, because I think the synth is only getting more and more complex as it gets updated, so... yeah. That's why I really like Current, because it has a more laid out interface, like, for instance, Serum, but it does give you a lot more options than Serum does in like things that you can do. So it is a step forward in getting more complex, but with an interface like this one. I put Current in the category that I would put Arturia's Pigment. Like Pigments. That's a very comparable synth to Current, in my opinion. Yes, Pigment and Current are slightly different in some aspects, but they are very similar in a way. They feature a lot of the same kind of things. They just do it in a different way. But I like both, honestly. I don't know which one I like more yet. I'm not sure yet. I do feel this one is catered more towards like electronic music and like bass music and stuff like that, versus Pigments being a little bit more, maybe all round is a good word. I'm not too sure. There's definitely differences between the two. But I would compare it more with that. Like sometimes people ask me like, oh, how does it compare to Serum? Well, obviously Current is gonna beat Serum in a lot of aspects, because Serum is just very limited in a lot of ways, and that's not a bad thing, you know. It's an old synth at this point. It's been around for a really, really long time, and it's been the standard for a reason, right? But it is getting outdated, and there's a lot of synths now, or a lot of things in synths that people want, you know, that Serum just doesn't have. So I don't know. I do wonder when we're finally gonna hear something about an update to Serum, because I have heard the rumors and I definitely would like to check it out, but I haven't heard anything yet from Steve officially about it, other than the things that we did here, I guess. I never use Shade. What is that? Okay, let's Turn these off, or let's just turn the drums off completely for now. Focus on this thing. What do we got in here? This file is really long, but I mean, these are not going to be in the same note, so it might be better to just make something. Let's grab... I know which patch I used for that, so that was the Sunxion string instrument, I believe. That library that I use sometimes, this one. And then it was plug strings, that one. So if we just make something with this real quick in here, then we can make some atmosphere out of it. So C sharp. Let's just do that for now. And then see, maybe add some higher note. Start with G sharp maybe, so that's the 5th. I'm not even sure what scale we're in. Let's just... That sounds like it could work. So we have a bunch of different ones. Let's see what happens if we do reverb on it maybe. Probably pretty quiet. No. We were just talking about it a little bit, but there's no... Gonna have a bit of reverb on it, and then let's go and grab the... Where is it? Max for Life. Granular. I used this one for that, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Space them out a little bit more. I could also do ×2, but then the distance between those notes is also going to change, so I'm just doing it like this for now, like that. Okay, let's group this. Or let's not group it. Let's do this a different way. Let's go into my presets and racks. And then effect racks, utilities. Did I save it there? No, modulators. There we go. And it's already mapped. Oh, but I haven't mapped these yet. Okay, well, let's do that now then. Map that, and map that. And let's change those values a little bit. And then let's resave this. There we go. So now when I load this up, it's already moving around. And then I can just chuck this in here. And then we can just say, let's map the density and the reverb to normal. Yeah. I guess this one could also be cool. And then let's change the mapping of the reverb to normal. So that is, where are you? Reverb to normal. Let's do 0.4, so it's not going to go above that. And then now, this is just creating random atmospheres. So if I play that. And I think that's really quiet for you guys as well. Make some pretty cool atmosphere thing with this. I wish we can make it more randomized. Can we do that? Let's try max for life. MIDI. I got this thing, which allows me to filter the notes, I believe. So let's see. So now it only plays the low note. Right? Oh no. It's playing both notes, but they're differently spaced now. Hmm? Ah. Ah. So now I get only the low note here, because I don't want that low note to change. I want just that C sharp and D being the same every time. So now that is now the same. And then I can group this. So that is just my low note. And this is a Max for Live device called JP High Low MIDI Filter 18. I'm not sure how we're gonna find that, but max for live high-low MIDI filter. Oh, here. This thing. So it's basically this device. Highest note, lowest note, MIDI filter, and then you just go to this page here where you can download it. So it's just on his website. And it's basically just a little Max for Live device that allows you to filter the incoming note. So now I have just a low note in this one. And that's just playing the low note. And then I can duplicate this and call this the high note. And then let's just click that. So now this is the high note. And then I can put a random device after that. And if I do that and bring the chance up, it's playing random notes now. And then we can do bi, so it goes both up and down. And then let's put a scale device after this, a minor scale device. Wait. C# to D, that's Phrygian. So let's do Phrygian scale device. Where are you? Phrygian mode. Put you here. And then on C#. So that's just getting all the notes now. And then I guess this note right here would turn it. So this would be major Phrygian or Phrygian dominant. So if we want both and just want to see what sounds cool, we can just turn this one to that, so that it's actually giving us both the options between regular Phrygian and major Phrygian. See? We get that spicy note in there every now and then. So now I can also bring the chance down a bit, so that's not different every time, but let's just leave it up. And then I can turn this back on. And now we should get completely randomized, sort of like harmonies in the atmosphere. We get like different varieties of things. Now I do have to check real quick what we had again, because yeah, I think the tone of that could work. Just need to find the right intervals. See? It definitely works in terms of like the tone. So what I would do now is, I guess, just create a new audio track. Let's just add a take lane in case we do more than one loop, and just set that to track 22. Hit record, and then just do that. Isn't this stuff what Portal would absolutely slap on? Maybe. What if we grab this thing here. What if we do that? I can just do this while it's playing. Do that. Then let's put you like that. And then map this to one of the macros. Now that is moving around as well. Which is the lower octave that I added. Just sometimes it's louder, sometimes it's less loud. Just to add more variety, you know? I think we already have enough, but doesn't hurt. Have a little more. Ooh. That was a nice one. Definitely think that was a major Phrygian one that I heard. And then let's turn loop off. Let's chuck one more in here because that is a C sharp. Let's hope we're gonna get a good one for the last one. Ooh. That's one with tension. That could be build-up one. Just let that ring out a bit. Because that till might be pretty good. Like a reverse or something like that. That should be pretty good. Pretty much silence at this point. I mean, there's still stuff happening, but that's just going to keep happening. Because it feeds back into itself, right? This Max for Life device, basically, I think it uses like feedback delays or something. And it basically just randomizes the delay times of those, I think at least. I could be wrong, but it's just basically always going to keep generating something. And sometimes it might even get louder at some point, but I don't think we have enough processing for that to happen. But sometimes you might actually see it then get louder. Like here, you can see there's still stuff happening there. See? So if you would put like some heavy multiband compression on this again, you can even bring that back up. But this instance, there's not that much on it, so you don't really hear it that much. Now there's also a delay between the start and the actual sound. I'm not sure why I don't think we need to take lanes, honestly. But whatever. Let's just go in here. Let's put that. Like there is some sound, but that's left over from what else was playing in front of it. It's more starting around here, so put it around there. Now it should also change roughly around where. Yeah. So now I guess we can start looking for something that fits, that kind of works. Do we need these? I don't think so. Let's do that. So let's just grab a section like this. That is one of those chords. Oh, what did I do? There we go. I didn't want to delete that thing. I just wanted to move it over. We still have it there. Might be good before we do anything to consolidate that so that this start position is here. Or wait, I can also I can also just do that and say set one from there. So now it's in line with the grid line, so I know if I do that, just make it half the size, I know that I can just take this and just say that, and now I can move this around to a different chord. And we can also loop it. It's probably not going to look perfect, but we can always fix that later. Like, there's a bit of that other one still there, so I think we might be slightly off. Let's try maybe one-on-one from here. Okay, that has thrown the entire thing off. We might just take a shorter section. Let's take a section like this. And then let's not have it warped. Well, I kind of want to have it warped, because then I can see where everything is. So, let's just do that. Let's do this right. Let's put you right there. Warp you. Yes. And then let's just... that is one chord. Then let's just grab... I don't know, maybe this section. That's too long. Grab that section maybe. Let's loop that. Yeah, now it falls in line with this thing, so that could be good. And then we don't have any chord changes, so if we just put it somewhere in between here. It is starting now at the wrong spot, so if I just do that on a smaller grid size, then we can put it in exactly the right spot. Kind of like the tone harmony in this section. Kind of works pretty well. I guess we can also just, instead of looping it, I have a different idea. Instead of looping this, I'm just going to leave it like that. And we're just going to copy this. Like that. I'll just focus on this first 16 bars. And then I can just select them all. And then we can just move them about like this. Quite like the tone of that, so... Come on. Don't want to create another point. Come on. How do you delete them again? Double click? No? Yeah, you do double click. Why? Go away. God damn it. I'm just making more points, for fuck's sake. That one. I just want to drag you a little bit to here, and then I want to curve this. There we go. Is this the new live? What? What new live? I mean, it says a new update is available. I'm not sure which one that is, but I saw the last few updates just had like nothing interesting for me, so I didn't really bother to update. Let's put you on here. That's gonna be way too much. Let's make that smaller. Make you 1/1. Go. And then you need to go up a bit. Oh, that's annoying. So there's no like actual proper offset. It clips into the top, which is kind of stupid, kind of annoying. Let's do this in a different way. We're gonna use let's go. Much simpler. Not sure why I didn't just grab that right away. Because we have this, and then if we make this unipolar, there we go. Now we got a control over that. Now I really like the vibe of this as well. 24 is kind of cool. Okay, so this one, we can set up a macro if we do that. Right, how was it again? How do we map this again? Clear macro for effect 1. Why is it saying clear macro? Oh yeah, here. Now we need to do this. Yeah, I remember again. So we can set this. So now if we click out of this, how do we get out of this? That. Now this controls the depth. Yeah. I actually like it then at health more, I think. So we're gonna leave it on that. So this is now our, what are you gonna call that? Filter envelope. And now we can just, or more like LFO, but now we can automate that. Does that title show up in Ableton? Of course not. Almost no plugins have the macro label show up here in Ableton. It's so annoying. I think it's something that Ableton has to fix, but it would make it so much easier, because then I don't have to do this every time and map it to a macro and then rename that. Filter LFO, there we go, so that it shows up properly. Would just be nice if it could just show up, but I think it's the same with pigments, it's the same with current, I believe it's the same in Serum as well. So it's like, I think it's something that is not something that the developers can fix. I think it's something that Ableton itself has to fix, but if I remember correctly, in the past I've had plugins where it actually showed up with the label. So I'm not sure what has changed. Because if I remember correctly, there were times when I had plugins where it just showed up. I would just rename it in the plugin, and then I would just... And I even think Serum worked in the past. Because that is one of the synths that I used a lot. And I remember one of my synths that I used a lot just worked. But maybe it was a different one. Maybe it was Massive or something. But It would be so nice because I like it when my stuff is actually labeled so I can see what it is, instead of just having a bunch of macro 1, macro 2, macro 3, and then you're, you know, if you only have one thing, it's fine. But after you have, you know, if you're like, I don't know, 20 hours working on a tune-in and you've got like a shit ton of modulation and you go to the modulation automation tab and you just see a bunch of macro 1s and you're like, okay, which one is it? It's nicer if it's just labeled, right? Okay, this could be a start. Go in here. Okay, I don't think that percussive thing is gonna work, but we're gonna start with some kind of a head in the intro. Let's just, guess we can just make a new thing here. Gonna do something a bit more simple than that 8-note pattern. I think I want a different head as well, so maybe that one. We'll just chuck a couple of ones in here so we have more options. We can always switch between them. See what we'll do here. This one, what is... Wait, did we have it without the low note? Did I just have this one soloed when I was recording the thing? It looks like there's multiple notes in there, so I don't think so. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's just get rid of that. Goodbye. Breaks maybe a little bit loud as well compared to the other drums, so let's just back that down a bit. Or let's back the entire drums down and just make these a little bit louder. because I want to have the drums sort of like hitting at -6 anyway most of the times when I'm doing a final mix. So it's better to just, since the drums are currently peaking at 0, to just bring this down in its entirety, so I know that they're hitting at -6 now, and then I can just balance the rest around that to basically just build a mix as you go, as opposed to mixing in the end. I like doing that most of the time because it just makes things a bit easier for me. Anyways, this one needs to be a bit louder. Let's listen to it here. Maybe even a bit too loud, but we also have this break in the head, which is layering with it, so we might have to choose one of the two, but for now this'll do. Okay, that works. And then this one maybe wants to be a little bit louder as well. And then maybe this one. Now I am working on my speakers, and my speakers are turned down a bit because otherwise it's going to feed into the mic, but bear with me if levels are not completely right. I guess that could be the end of the intro, and then we can go into a drop right here. So, I guess we need some kind of a vocal sample there, real quick. Do I have something? Vocals sampled. That's a lot of shit. Where did I save those?
Bust the woman, yo. I got the heavy. While we rockin', I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi.
Classic. Classic.
The heavy.
Classic.
Heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech.
That might work.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech.
Yeah, not sure if we're gonna need a separate kick because the kick from the break is actually already pretty good. We might need some more thing here, but let's think what we're gonna do. See if this bass thing is gonna make any sense after this. Don't think so, but we'll see.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause some flexi with the tech.
I mean, could be worse.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
So I have another thing that I found that current is really cool for. Let's just make a riser real quick. So you ever had those riser samples, right? Like you can of course chuck them into an audio track and just like stretch it to whatever length you need it. But sometimes the warping algorithms or the stretching algorithms cannot be that good for certain things, and sometimes it might sound good, but then you have to kind of, at certain lengths it sounds good, but then other lengths where you stretch it, it just sounds really bad. You could also make a riser yourself, of course, but let's say you just like the sound of a particular riser. I found a pretty cool way for current to use it as well. So if you like grab current and you just turn this off and go into the granular engine, just turn that on. And I should have a folder here somewhere called risers, long risers, there we go. And let's just grab a random one. So this is in C already, this sample, so I can just chuck that in here and put the speed at 0. And then I can put macro 1 on the position, and I can just automate this one over a MIDI note. So let's say we're just gonna drop this in here. Let's because the sample is in F, so I can, or in C, and we are in C sharp, I can just put that on C sharp. And then we can go in here and we can automate this. So let's say maybe I want the note to be ending where that other thing ends as well. Or so, let's see. Where do we want it to end? So here we should have some sort of like building stuff happening.
I got the heavy,
Probably here.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy.
Or no, here maybe.
Flexy with the tech.
Let's just, yeah, let's do it right there. So then we can go, oh, we need to bring our macro back. That. And then it might be smart to, before we do anything, just group this and do this. So we can rename that. See, this one shows up as macro 1 macro. What? But if I rename the knob in here, like if I rename this, it doesn't change this. So it just shows up, but it shows up different. So there is a difference. So it's possible to have a different name there. And call that rise. So that we know that that is a riser. And then just do that. So now it's going to scan through that sample. Basically for however length we set it. And we're using granular to make it re-trigger the sample every time. So it's going to sound a little bit choppy at first. But that could already be cool, like maybe you like that choppy sound, and you want like a 8-note kind of choppy sound, or a 16-note or whatever. But we can also just make this a bit longer, so that they overlap more. And you're still gonna hear that, so if we add a little bit of spray, just like 1 or 2%, it starts randomizing the position of those ever so slightly. And then we can even add a second layer, so that we get a bit more density in these. Change the shape like that so that they overlap even more. And now we've basically just... It does get a little bit quieter at the end because it feeds back into the start, so it might be good to have the position go up to like 99 or 98% so it doesn't reach the full end there. But now you can just chuck a different sample in here, and as long as you have like a folder of risers with the same length, or not even, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It can be a riser of a different length as well. As long as they all end like this, and there's not like a little hit at the end and then a fade out, for instance. But as long as you have a folder with risers that all end just like that, it doesn't matter if they're all different lengths. You can just chuck a new one in and be like, okay, now I want to try this one. And if they need to be a different length, you just change this and change the automation. This length along with it, so you can just change that. And that way you can try out a whole bunch of different riser samples and just chuck them into a track and see which one you like. And they'll work in whatever length they need to be in. And you then still also have all the other controls of like filtering it and all kinds of other stuff.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Guess we're gonna go to there. And the beauty of this is now that we can change the pitch of it as well. So let's say maybe I want to try out the 5th instead. And because it's doing it with granular, it's not stretching the audio. It's just chopping the audio up into little pieces and looping those. But because the position is moving around, the pieces that it's taking are just moving ahead in the sample. So it just sounds like the sample is just longer than it originally was. So to demonstrate that, I can also now grab a short riser. So that one is like, what, 4 bars maybe? Something like that. We can put that in here, and it's still gonna work. We do have to maybe get the position to end a little bit further in, because these are obviously now longer. But we can turn that short riser into a really long riser, without any loss of like audio quality. See, it's getting quieter there, because it's sort of like, there's no sort of like thing there. But if we set this to loop back and forth, then it should just put them back, make them go back again. Oh no, wait, then that disables the position, so we need to have it on free. So then we just want to have it end a little bit earlier. But if you just use a longer sample, then that's always easier. So just use a nice long riser or something.
the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Still getting a little quieter at the end, so maybe 96. What is that?
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Okay, we're gonna have to find a cool bass line, but I do also want to have something more in the intro. What can we add? This one, let's start filtering this one as well so that it comes in a bit more slowly. And because we have a macro already, I can just use that same macro. Let's just make it come up from all the way from the bottom, so it's... Oh wait! We need to do that. That's why it sounded like there was nothing happening.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what other stuff I want in the intro. Want one other thing that kind of makes it more... I have an idea. Let's just grab another one of those string things. Stay within the same sort of like tonal character, I guess. We can even use the same one. That one. And let's just write a really simple pattern or something that just loops. Like maybe that length, and then that just loops over and over. Wait, that's... Let's just start with something like that. It doesn't really matter. Because what I want to do is I want to set up one of those resampling things that I talked about in the previous streams. Which is just basically taking a sound, really simple thing, and just chucking stuff on it that randomizes it and does things to it so that you get other things. So let's we can grab what is cool to start with, maybe a grain delay. And we'll just group that. And then create another chain. And then this one can go to maybe 12. Then we can bring the frequency down and the spray up. And then we can maybe change this. If we choose 4. Also unsync it. Just want to add some extra things. And then let's go and grab, I guess a portal. And we'll put that here. And then group this again. Wait, no, let's ungroup this one. I need to get used to this. Max for life, modulators. Wait, this is the wrong category. Here we go. Random macros. Grab that one. And it should start moving. Yes, there we go. And we can put this rack in here. Take the portal and put that in there as well. Oh, now, oh, the bot is actually awake. I was like, I haven't seen the bot yet, but it is awake. Okay, nice. I need a drink. So now we have the portal. Changing this thing. So if I go and click configure here, it opens a portal and I can do this so that now these two macros are here and I can map those to two macros inside of the rack that is already being randomized, so that portal is always moving around. And this will actually, I think Ableton is lagging, but this will actually stay the same if we switch presets. So I can now just go and go to my folder I've been working on and just grab one of these, and it's going to be moving the macros around. Now, not all of these have something set up. This one does, but then you can just flick through presets and just have this record and just create stuff with it. And let's just put some more things on here. Grab some reverb maybe. Yeah. Not all of them will work. And it's also getting pretty quiet. Anyways, let's just see what we get. I'm gonna put the portal after the reverb. Put an EQ in here. The low pass. And let's map that to a macro. Okay. Let's grab
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Let's grab a thermal. And let's configure that one as well. Map these two macro. And let's go into here. Grab a random one. And also map that. But not sure we want that.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy.
Why is it so slow today? What else can we put on here? More reverb. See what happens if we use this one at 50%. I want to see if we can mess with it in a more way. So let's, I guess, just grab another portal. Chuck another portal on it. Let's put it right here. And then we'll just that again. You are gonna move around. I wish the preset loading wasn't so slow. And we force something cool to come out. Or we go back into the grain delay and set this to -12. And cool. Now, we can record this as well, so we can just hit track 22, and to make it a bit more random, let's grab another random device. Where are you? Random, put you in front of here, And instead of putting the chance at 100%, I'm just gonna put it at like 40%. So sometimes the note is gonna change. And then we'll put a Phrygian skill device after it again. And then let's see, let's include that Phrygian dominant one as well. So now this should sometimes add a different note. Now, I love playing with this thing because it's so cool. If we, for instance, group this, and then we can, or we don't have to group it, we can also just do it on here. Like there's other MIDI effects in here that are really nice for these kind of things to make things more interesting. So for instance, we've got the note echo. So if you put that in front of here, so we have this generating a random note sometimes, and then we can have a note echo as well. That is, if we put this on mute, and then no feedback, and then we group this, and then create another chain. So then we have the note echo, which is just creating an echo based on every note, I guess. But if we want, what is that? The highest one is F#3. So let's say I only want an echo on that last one, F#3. Then I guess we can go in here, and then I can set the range to start at F#3, right there, so that only the last note is going to get a note echo now. And then we can choose a time for that here, or we can unsync it and just do something completely random. But let's do, I don't know, 4. And then we can put a random device after that again, but with the chance up to 100, so it's always going to pick a random note that is different from the note that is feeding into it. And now we're creating an additional note after this that is random. Now we might not hear it because of this stuff, so let's turn it off for now. See? We get another note. And that note is different every time. And if I want to include more notes, we can bring this back. So if I go back to C#3, then now we should get all the notes with an echo. See? So you can get like different things. So maybe include F as well. And then we can switch this to 8 maybe? Let's just do only the last note. Let's unsync this. And now let's put this thing back. So you can do some other cool stuff with that. For instance, let's say I want an echo on the second note, but only on the second note. I can take a note echo and put that in here. I can put that on D. And only on D. And then set this to mute. And then we can have the feedback either up or just only that. So, and then I can pitch this up with like an octave. Now the second note should get a higher octave echo. Not sure. Oh yeah. See? And if we add feedback to it, not sure that's actually doing anything, but And if we want that one to be random again, then we can also do that. We can put a random device in front of here and just put that up again. And because it's all running through this one, the note should always be in the scale, whatever we're gonna get. I'm not sure if these echo devices are working every single time though. Sometimes it sounds like they're not. Maybe that is because the note that it creates is, I think, pretty short. So if we put this on it, then it should just make those notes a little bit longer. And then we can put that here as well. Like, I'm not hearing the echoes every time. But that might be me. Like, sometimes I hear them. Whatever. Let's just leave it like that. Put this back on. And now we can have that set to that track, and then we can just hit record on this one. And it should start giving us all kinds of stuff, and we can go back in here and mess with the presets of the portals to get other things. And let's do a little resampling thing on that. I'm gonna put my headphones on because I need to hear this properly. And my speakers are down quite a bit, so I can't really hear that too well. But let's see what we get. Give us something cool. Well, that's weird. What? Weird shit. Oh, we were going the other direction. Hmm. No. This might spit out something cool. Go back in here, we can turn that off, for instance. A little bit less busy. Spray is moving around. Let's add a little other thing while it's just still recording. Let's add an LFO. Or no, let's do a shaper. And let's add that here. And we're just gonna create something that comes up every now and then. God damn it. That's get another point here. Then we want to have that. There we go. So let's put you something slow. Sure. Can even make you free running maybe. Map this to a macro. And then set the range to that it doesn't go up too quick. And then let's map you to one of the macros as well. And then we're gonna map something to this, which is the frequency. And then I want the maximum value to be quite low. It's not doing what I want. Okay, let's try it out in a different way. I have another option. Let's try the LFO. And let's use random and smooth that out. Now that's always going to be doing something. So as soon as I map this to the frequency here, it's going to always be coming up and down. And it creates like out of tune shit, which is maybe not what we always want. So we don't want it to go up that much. We just want it to move around a little bit. So that it really adds more like... We're not recording anymore, by the way, I just noticed. There we go. So it is moving around now, but I don't want it to move around the entire time. So I can just bring this down. And it clips into the bottom, right? So you can see it stays down there. and then it comes up every now and then. So if we now just play with this, we can come up with how much it comes up. And then sometimes it just sounds normal, and other times when this moves up, it gets a bit more of an atonal sound. And then let's map the time to here as well, because we haven't done that yet. So let's take the... Wait, have I just mapped it to the same macro as something else? I don't think so. Actually quite like just the grain delay as well. Gives us some weird things. Now it does get pretty wide with the grain delay, so it could be nice to just have this on here and just maybe, I guess, just decrease the width a little, because we're adding more width again afterwards with all the processing, so to not make it get too wide. Let's record a little bit more, because why not? We have this thing. Come on. And see if we can find something in there afterwards. Let's just do a little bit more with this new setup now. Just a grain delay sound. Because this is producing some weird sounds. And it might... Wait, before we do anything more, it might be smart to do that without this. So that it's not really adding the OTT and the or maybe just the OTT, so that it is making a little bit louder, but then if we want to add more with the reverb, but now it should be drier, which makes it easier to chop it up, and then we can put the reverb on it afterwards. Let's just do that. In fact, I should maybe even be able to just leave this on, so that we can hear it with this processing, and then take the... If we go in here, we have... no, not there. Contact... Yeah, that track, and then post mixer, we can say... which one is it? The last one, the last reverb, I think. So it is the rack called Valhalla Room. So we want to take... If we just group this portal, then we can say, grab the rack. Where is the portal rack? That's this one, yeah. And then we can say post mixer. So the output of this rack, that's what we're recording. So we're not recording anything that runs through here. So let's now hit record. Which is going to be pretty quiet, but we can bring that up. Like, that's not being recorded, but just so that I can hear it a little bit better. Where's the portal? The hell? Whoa, weird atmosphere. Ooh. We made some horror sounds. The hell, it almost sounds like a cymbal sometimes, like a big metal plate. Interesting. We definitely turn those into some interesting, like, sounds. Yeah, some really weird sounds. Okay. Ah. Okay, so it's mostly this preset that's doing that. If we can find one more here. It does something cool. Interesting. Weird glitches. So I have the glaciers patch, which is also more like atmospheric. And I also have the ones that I've been making. There's a couple of atmospheric ones in here as well. Sparse, atmospheric, ambient on octaves. That one. Damn. What if we put this one on again? Because I believe that one was Lumen Darkness, yeah. What if we do 2 times Lumen Darkness? Really weird and dark sounds, but I kind of like some of the sounds in here. Definitely sounds with a lot of tension. Like I said, they have a bit of a cymbal kind of character. Which is kind of odd, because if we go back, like... That's the input. Completely lost track of what we were doing, but it's fine. It happens. Kinda wanna have to till, but... we can always bring this back out. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's about good. There we go. So now we've made more stuff. Oh, that's even longer. And these should be without reverb, so... yeah. So if I want to get the same sound, I can just grab this... I can grab... this up until here. And I can chuck that on this track. And we should have the same thing, but now with the ability to chop it up without chopping into the reverb. Quite nice. Okay, so we can go to where we had those weird sounds. Where was that? Somewhere around here? And we can even listen to it without this and see what we actually recorded. Pretty similar, but without the reverb, so they're a lot easier to chop up. Like if we bring that up a bit. Yeah, it almost has a cymbal sound. Like a cymbal that is being bowed or something like that. Lay it with a bit of I don't know, when you like roll on a cymbal or something like that. Pretty cool. To think that came out of that. Alright, here we go. weird sounds. Let's see. Oh, let's turn you off. Let's see what we had again, because we completely lost track. Yo, Julian! Yo, mate. That's a long time ago. How you doing? We completely lost track of what we were doing. But that's fine. Like usual, it happens. Do sound design and then suddenly we've been just resampling for how late is it? Oh my god, it's almost midnight. Damn, I really lost track of time. Like usual. I'm doing good, yeah. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. My serum patch for 303s, that must be a really old patch. I've been having that recently quite often, that people bring up things that I made in the past, and it's like, yo, hey, I used this thing in a track, and I'm like, wait, I made that? It happens a lot. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing here.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexing
Right.
with the tech.
Oh wow, on headphones it sounds completely different. I wasn't using my headphones earlier. Can we... all your old tutorials? Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's oh, yeah, that's great. Did you take a good screenshot? But yeah, no, like I have the same thing. It's like people will bring up stuff like, "Oh yeah, I've been using one of your wavetables," and they'll name the wavetable, and I'll be like, "Wait, what? When did I make those?" But it's fine. It's funny. Now I'm gonna have to watch your video. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't tuned into your channel in a really long time, so I wouldn't be up to date with what you're doing at the moment. So, but that's on me. I've just been too busy with my own stuff. 10 years ago, probably. Yeah, no, well, I might have seen some of your stuff pop by, but you know, that's about it, I guess. I still see it in my subscription feed sometimes, but that's just it. You haven't posted in a really long time either. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit on a easier pace with the tutorials at the moment as well, because it's just I just can't be bothered at the moment. I just make one when I feel like it, you know. I can't really be bothered to do like a proper upload schedule or anything like that. I tried it in the past and it's just not working for me. I just don't like it. I need to just make a video when I like it and then just stream every week. That's just so much easier. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's what YouTube wants, right? But it's not what is good for you as a person most of the time. Most people cannot handle that kind of way of working, I guess. Like what YouTube wants is just that that you just chuck out videos every single day. That's what they want. Preferably maybe one long video a week and then like at least 2-3 shorts every day or something. That's what they want. But you know what that takes to do that kind of stuff. Especially for somebody like who's already doing something else content-wise, right? Like we do music. You're already gonna have to do that, and then on top of that, you're gonna have to do all the other things. And that's kind of like if you look at the channels which are doing pretty good music-wise, they all do the same thing, right? It's all like the channels that get a lot of views at the moment in the music sort of like field. It's all channels that have the sort of like formulaic videos with like do these 3 things that top producers do to make your track sound better. Those kind of videos. They all have the same kind of thumbnails, and they all do the same thing where they make these videos and then they make these really short edits of it and upload it as shorts because that's what YouTube wants. That's what YouTube promotes, and that's what the algorithm chooses to promote. But honestly, me personally, I cannot do that, man. It's just no. I would be going mad if I did that. I might be able to keep it up for a week or two, but after that, I would probably, I don't know, lock myself up in a padded room or something. Yeah, it's really obvious. Like if you just look at it. I mean, anybody could do it. Like you just have to do the work, and you have to like doing that. And I don't like that kind of work, honestly. I mean, it's the way to do it. If you want to be successful with like a music channel, the way to do it is like doing it that way. The only other thing I could say, maybe somebody who did do it in a different way now, I guess Andrew and Rob, they're kind of pushing it into a different direction, but they have the budget, you know, to do that. So most people don't. So most people have to just play the algorithm. Yeah, you know, I tried it in the past to do that, and it's just it's fun for a bit, you know, but after a little while it gets old really fast, and at some point it's really easy to start repeating yourself as well, especially if it's like educational content or like musical content or something like that. It's really easy to start repeating yourself when you do so much content, and that's not what I want. I would rather just make a video when I like it and put some effort into it, or make sure that the stuff in there is something that I haven't talked about earlier or something like that, as opposed to just making videos every week. Plus, it takes so much time away from, you know, time that you could just actually be making music. Or do other stuff. At the moment, I'm really more doing a lot of sound design and getting new, sort of like a new sound palette going for the things that I've been working on, because I just want to do that for now. Should we do save first of all? Taking time away from life too. Yeah, totally. And it's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't like that whole way of working. Yeah, cool, man. Cool, man. I think I should still be in your Discord. If you have one, I think you had one. Let me check real quick. Audio. Oh yeah, I'm still in your Discord. So if you want to hit me up, you can find me in your user list there, and you can hit me up on Discord. That's the best way. That's probably the easiest. See you later, man. Peace. I just don't have notifications turned on your server probably because I'm in too many servers, so just hit me up in a DM or something. Otherwise I might not see it. Yeah, so we need to have like a bit of a start with like a breeze or something, something interesting for a drop. I want to make something. Oh.
I got the heavy ammunition cause I'm flexy with the tech.
That's not doing it for me. So let's see if we can introduce like a bit of a breeze thing here and then maybe have that go into the drop or something. Let's grab another current. Maybe that. Make it monophonic. Oh, I'm still not used to it. I keep thinking that this is the glide, but it's that. This is the global pitch. Okay, and then we're gonna go. Maybe I have it like a higher thing first, and then let's go and turn that off. Might leave it on for now. And let's just do a bit of filtering here. Grab this maybe. Do one here.
I got the heavy ammunition cause I'm flexy.
That could be cool as a starting point. Now obviously it's too high for bass, but let's see if we can make this interesting. We could also just do more and then have this wide. So that we're gonna have some width. Take the fundamental out. Gonna sound like that, which is a bit weird. But then let's grab another saw wave and let's put that on 2 voices maybe. Put the random at 0 and then run that through here as well. And then we'll drop that 2 octaves down. Okay, could be interesting. Turn the fundamental off on that as well. And then let's go into the sub oscillator. Let's take these away. Let's drop that 2 octaves. That's still an octave higher. Oh. Let's go down 3 octaves on that one. That's pretty low. Let's try that. And then we might even be able to leave this one in, actually. Because it's already an octave above the sub. So it doesn't matter if it's phasing in that frequency. Maybe that one. Take it out. Now we can also try out that one maybe. Or what else do we have? Let's leave it at oh, what does that do? Oh, that just goes that. I don't want one that goes into a high pass. I just want something that maybe that. No, that also has the high frequencies I want. Is there a way to move this filter to here? I don't think there is. That would be so nice if we could just move this filter to here. Like just swap them around. Minimal audio. You're probably not watching, but I'm gonna write that down, or at least keep note of that in my mind, that I need to send that to them. Give us an option to just swap the filters around, and then preferably with the automation, so that it just swaps them, or maybe even give us an option, like swap the filters around with the automation or with the modulation, and swap the filters around without the modulation. That would be so helpful, because sometimes I'm setting up things like this, and I'll be like, ooh, I would like to just have one filter now first that does like some morphing, and then have the low pass with the movement on the second filter doing the low passing afterwards. Which we can still do, but it takes a bit more work to do it now. What do we have in here? Need to put some distortion on this, so we can hear what it's doing. Because that changing the filter is usually going to change how the distortion reacts. See? So Yeah, I might want to do the filtering afterwards. So let's take this off. Let's just grab something else here. Let's do... let's grab a notch or something. And let's grab an LFO. And we'll set that to free running. And then we'll drop that on here. So that's going to move around. And then we can change the phase to get like the tone that we want. Ooh, I wish there was a way to give this, to change the width between these two. Like, why not add the morph to that? Like, the morph knob is blanked out anyway, so make the morph knob a bandwidth for these two notches. That would be so good, being able to just squish them like that. That would be nice. Maybe we have one here that does something like that, but I don't think we do. Oh, that's kind of similar, but not like a full notch, right? So it would be nice to have that down on these. But like if we just take that and then go into here. And we're also hearing it with the sidechain right now, but and that's maybe a bit better. And then let's make sure that we have a bit of attack. There we go. And we can start maybe adding a morph EQ. And let's do... boop. Let's give us that. And I'm gonna use that curve that we had and see if we can mess with the sound a bit and get some interesting things going. Or should I just use the LFO, because we're gonna use the curve for low pass, so I guess we're gonna use this LFO on the morph. That's gonna, we have to do this first. So now that's gonna be moving around. And we can... Okay, let's... Can we add another point on this line? Yeah, nice. Oh, fine too. Just want to make some movement on it. Let's put it in front of the distortion, by the way. Can we just move that point? Yeah. That's so fucked. Now the point is outside. How do I get it? How do I get it back? Yo. Yo. My point is gone. Now I can't get it back. What the fuck? Now what? Yo. Oh, hey, there it is. Hey, it's back. sometimes it's a little bit buggy still, but they'll iron that out. They're aware of it. Let's put another filter in here. So if we now add, I want to try something out real quick. If we add a low pass, and we put this there, then we should get a low pass moving around. Oh, but that's following that. Ah. Okay, idea. Let's remove this filter. Delete filter 3. Let's add another Morphe EQ. We also have a filter. That's just the same filters as, yeah, okay. Oh, that's fine too. Use that one maybe. And then we can add our curve to it. Oh wait, the morph seems different on this, or... Oh wait. That one. Not sure if I like that filter. Go back to here, and I guess we can take you. We can put that on a low pass. And then we can map this curve to this morph. And then we can add point. And now it's gonna follow along with that. And now we can really alter the shape. So we can have it get more resonance, for instance. See? Get some pretty cool. And the great thing is we can combine it with other things. So we can also say we want it to go back down. So when it goes to the high frequencies, it has no resonance, but only here in the low end it has resonance. And then if we want more movement, and it's getting a bit much, I wished it stopped moving around if I stop pressing play, but it keeps moving around because these modulators are always moving. But if we want more, we can just create another point. And I can, for instance, have a notch move through here as well. or some weird point. Weird. Holy shit. Yeah, you can do a lot of interesting things with that MoiVQ. It's also really nice for drums. Being able to, because you can use the modulators on it, so you can have it like, for instance, add emphasis on like a snare drum in the tail or something like that, or you can do some pretty cool stuff. This sound is shit. We made this sound shit. Let's go back to a default patch. Sometimes you just have to acknowledge that it's a shit sound. Fuck, I should have saved this preset. That shape. Because it was a nice shape. Oh well. Let's go back to what we were doing. So, mono, legato, bit of glide. Because the notes are cool. That was cool. And then we have a bunch of voices. And then we went down one. Maybe do a little bit more. That's nice. Then we want more attack. Yeah. And another one. Let's loop that. Now the notch was nice, so let's bring the notch back. And then LFO, that was also good. So LFO on the cutoff here. That was nice. And then maybe offset it a bit. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Right there. Okay, let's put you on. Mm-hmm. really distorted now, but bear with me. Let's go and this. Now I really wished I saved that shape. What was it again? Something like that. And then let's grab a filter real quick. See if I can come back up with the shape. What was it again? Like that. And then something like this. Something like that, but don't like what that is doing though. What kind of sound can we do for this? Because I do like the notes, and I don't want a good select patch for that. Something with like a respace saw wave kind of thing is what we need, but definitely filter movement. Hey, why it's still here? Oh? Oh. Weird. How late are we? 12:27. Wait. Trigger. Legato needs to be on. Mono needs to be on. That needs to be on.
I got the heavy ammunition cause I'm flexy with the tech. heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
I guess that's the movement that it needs to have. Now we need to just make the patch good. So definitely some more lower stuff in here.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Right. Oh, that's kind of cool. With a bit more movement there. Chorus maybe? Let's just see what we have in presets here. Oh, that's cool. It's probably meant for putting on a snare, but gives a pretty interesting resonance. Where's the pitch coming from of that resonance? Not sure. Does change the sound pretty nicely. Okay. Grab. Put that on here. Gonna be random, but bear with me. Okay. And let's go and click you. We can maybe increase the range a bit. And if I put another one on here, make that randomized. We should be getting all kinds of random stuff now. Now it's also getting pretty loud. Let's just turn you on. And let's see if we can find something cool. Probably better to listen to it with everything else.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Making it more like a lead thingy, but come on. Give us a nice movement. It makes me go, yeah, that's cool. This one does something cool every now and then. Slightly randomized because of this one. But try and use this one and then this reverb is also really interesting, by the way, if we just click through a couple of presets real quick. There's some really nice long reverbs as well, which might not be the best for this sound. Some weird ones. Like that one is really weird. Pretty cool. Delays in here with that plus delay has some really interesting modes. That's what I mean. Pretty interesting stuff that you can do with that delay. That's weird.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Weird.
I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
I'm not sure if we're actually getting a tune. It's getting towards the end of the stream. I'm starting to lose fuel. God damn it! You've convinced me to buy Current. I mean, it's a really nice synth. I just there's some stuff I wished they would add and change. There's definitely some really cool things that we can do with it. Let's just do some more sounds on with it because whatever. Let's just go and let's go in back in here and see what we get in here. So let's just hit shuffle. Should we make a drum sound? Yeah, let's make a drum sound with Current. Why not? Let's just put you right here. So you can actually do some pretty cool stuff with it if we just put a note in here. Like let's just make a snare with Current. Because there's some pretty cool stuff what we can do there. Does Current have an FX version of the plugin? No. No, it doesn't. So for drums, there's one thing you should do first. And if you're gonna make drums with this, you wanna go into here, into that settings icon. And you wanna scroll down to the bottom, to advanced. And you wanna set these to 8. So that's basically the update rate of the synth. And normally it's set to 64 and 256 to save CPU. But because drum sounds are so short and the envelopes need to be so quick, you need to change the setting here to both be at the shortest time possible so that it updates the quickest and it updates the modulators and it's the most precise that way at the downside of using more CPU. So that's what you want to do. And then you can basically make drums with this as well. So we can put that on a sign, make that no random phase. And then we can put something on here. We can just grab that, put that on there. Maybe not with full level, but something like that. And then we can use this for the length. And we also have a hold. And we can turn auto on so that it updates. Like that. You make sure that this one is at 0, otherwise you won't get the first initial attack thing. And then we can lock the key, for instance, so we can fix this to whatever note we want it to be. So let's say we're working in C sharp. Now that's going to be playing a C sharp. And I can take another envelope and make that nice and short. And let's just maybe curve it up a little. And let's put this on the global pitch. So we need to get out of here. And we're going to put this on here. And, oh no, we don't have to do it on the global pitch. We can put it on the oscillator. So one little extra tip. If you want more range on the pitch, you can put this on like, or you can just chuck this up like, what is it, 4 octaves. And then you can put this down 4 octaves. Now we get the same note, but we have more range here for the pitch. So we already, now this, for a snare it might not be needed, but for a kick it might be nice to do, because then you get a bit more range on the pitch envelope, but this is fine. So now we can take this, put it on here. Still way too long. There we go. I'll also have this curve down and then use the hold. So that it just stays on the high pitch for a little bit and then it goes down. And then we can use the range here. I can hear at some point it just stops going up, I think. Oh no, it's still going up, but at some point, that's a little bug, see? Now it suddenly is gone. And if I back it down, it comes back. That's a bug. When it reaches the top, it just keeps going up for some reason, or it just stops. It gets cut off or something. I don't know why. See? If we go up to above 20k on the pitch envelope, it suddenly is gone. So, little thing to maybe be aware of. Can make a really punchy one like that. Back it down a bit more. Now, what is really nice about this is when we start using a sampler, so we can put some noise in here. So we can grab noise, let's do some pink noise. And we can chuck that up. And maybe grab that, so it doesn't really matter where we put this, because it's noise. And then we can run the sample through here. We can set this to a high pass. And the oscillator is not running through there, so that's nice. We can also... let me see, I should have a wavetable for that. Analog... sine rounded square, there we go. Existing wavetable. There we go. get a bit more of a snare sound. With a rounded square, it sounds a bit more like the fundamental of a saturated snare, as opposed to a sine wave. See, you kind of get that sound of when you saturate a sine wave. So without adding distortion though, so it's gonna be cleaner. So just make like a wavetable that does this, basically. There should already be one in Serum, I believe, but also I made one in the wavetable pack that's on my Patreon, so you can just use that one. And then we can add the noise back, and we can add another envelope. Let's grab another envelope, and this time we'll use a little bit of attack, and we'll put that on the level of the noise. Put that up. And then we can use the decay time and the sustain to give us what we want. So it's too long now, so let's back this down a bit. And then we can back this down. Let's go and this for a real bit. It's a little bit buggy when auto is on. I think that they're still working on that, but... And then we can maybe add a little bit of hold, so it just stays on the high volume for a little bit, and then it backs down. Quite nice. Make sure we're not getting any clicks at the end. Let's just add a bit of release there. Okay, so that's our basic starting point for a snare, right? And we can go back in here. We can change the note really easily by just... Now we have a snare in G. And the noise stays the same, right? Let's put it back on C3. Now, what is really fun is in the effects, we can start using Morph EQ as well. So we can grab a Morph EQ, and I can take another envelope, and let's map that to the morph. And then let's create a little shape like this, pretty short, something like that maybe. Still too long. Something like that should be good. And then we can add a point. Just have that at gain 0. And then we can add another point with the morph thing. So we can do this. And now when you do this, it brings that up. So you basically just created that dynamic EQ. So if we now have this and bring this up, we can emphasize that. So now we basically just created a dynamic EQ with morph EQ, and we can move this around. And probably better to not do that when it's playing. That's the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about. I hope that they can fix that. When you play the audio and then move this one, it does this kind of stuff. Which is a little bit weird. But then it doesn't do that when you press play first. Or when you when it's already playing and then you move it around. But now you can move these around. And change the tone of your snare. Oh, our point is gone again. Fuck. God damn it. This thing is still bugged. Can we get the point back? No? Okay. Delete. We'll just do this. We can even boost a little bit when it hits on the transient, and then make it go towards the higher frequencies. fuck. Never do that. I wish it didn't do that. That would be so good. Stop doing that, please. Wait, the points are now swapped around. For fuck's sake. Like, it does something pretty cool, though. It does add a little bit of an extra thing. And we can, the beauty is we can add another one. Like, if I want to emphasize the clap a bit more at the start as well, I can just add one around here and just add a little bit of a boost like that. And now we're boosting the snare, or the clap part of it, the noise part. A bit much maybe, so let's back that down. We want to grab this one and just back that down a bit. We can even bring this down a bit more and then bring it up. That's actually pretty helpful. Now, another reason why I think current is really good for snares, if we go back into the stream and we go and just see what we have here. Let's do sound effects. And I'm gonna go and click this so that I get all these ones that I marked. That could be cool. Let's put that into the granular engine. So now we get that. And it's just gonna play through that sample. But with the granular thing, but it doesn't really matter what that granular thing is doing. All we want is we want to use this to kind of add something to the tail. So we can just grab another LFO, make it have a little bit of attack. Put that on the level here. And then we can put you down. Maybe add a bit of hold as well. And we can run that through the same high pass. And we can start swapping out the sample to try out different things. So see, so now we add that extra sort of like tone into it, which is really cool. And you get all these options for using this, so we can as well, I don't know, just turn the speed off. So now it's just taking a random part. We can just put it in here, and we can just chuck the spray up. That would make it different every time it hits now. But that way you can just have that playing and get like a whole bunch of variations on the same snare with different things in the tail. And if you like, I don't know, chuck the layers up a bit, get a bit more of that in the tail, maybe bring the size up. Maybe not, maybe bring the size back down. Maybe change this. If we put this on C sharp, then it doesn't really matter what the pitch of this is anyway. Let's go back in here. Let's and if you don't use spray, it's always going to be the same. You can also just put this on 1/4, then basically, or 1/2 or something. Then it's basically just creating one grain. And it's just playing through that sample. '16 though gives us a bit more stuff. And the layer span does allow us to get more variety in the thing without getting like different snares every time. This does what it does. It just copies the original generator, and then the layer span allows us to offset the position of each one of those. But they're going to be the same every time as long as we don't modulate this. So you'd get a bit of a fuller sound there. If we make this envelope a little bit longer, then you can kind of hear what that's doing. And we also have these modes, so we can the way how it triggers. It's pretty subtle, but we can do some pretty cool stuff with this to get like interesting sounds in a tail. That one is pretty good as well. Can even be like a weird resonance thing. See? Kind of just becomes a bit of a resonance as well. And I guess we haven't even done any distortion on this yet, but if we just add like a little bit of distortion, then we can really push that, but I most of the time would probably just do that afterwards. But this is such a nice way of making drums. I'm gonna do the weirdest movements with this as well, and just see how it changes the sound. That movement is happening so quick that it's like you're not going to hear it as a separate movement. It's just changing the tone, because this movement here is happening over, what is it, 255 milliseconds. So in 255 milliseconds, it moves from here to here and then to here. So that happens so quick, you don't even hear it as like a separate modulation. It's just more like changing the tone. But it does make for some really interesting sound design experiments. I really like it here. Just does a weird little extra thing, but it sounds kind of cool. So we have this thing as well, the ducker. If we turn the depth up, we can make the fundamental come through without the chorus. So, see? Versus that. We don't have to do that because we can also use the dry wet. We can also just have the dry wet set where we want it. Like right there maybe. And then just put, which one? We'll just make a new one. Grab an envelope. And just make you really short. Put you up maybe. No, we don't have to do that. We have a hold. Use a hold. And then put that on the dry wet in opposite direction. So that the fundamental comes through, or the transient comes through without any chorus. And then we can use this to blend the two. And now we can use the chorus. Ooh. If we now use this thing, we sync it, then it should be the same every time. That is going to be not doing that much, but if we That's so weird. What? That's so weird. Anyways, in general, just this, and then this thing is really good for snares. Just this whole thing with changing the sample in here, that is gonna give you so many different results. Let's turn this off. Let's do a shuffle. What do we get? See if we can get something a bit more resonant or something. Yeah, maybe that one. Put that into the grains. There we go. Now it is running through the same high pass here, so if we take that off and then make this parallel, grab another high pass. Come on. And then let's put that a little bit lower. And then take the grains. Get all those options, which is really nice. You basically just add resonance with like a sample. Yeah, weird. I do like those crunchier ones more. I don't know, that maybe. And then having this a little bit longer. You can get some pretty cool results. Guess that works, and then we can Maybe grab a transient shaper of some kind. Yeah. Okay. Let me save. What the fuck is going on? Why don't you work? What? I've never had that with this plugin. What the fuck? Well, this is supposed to be a transient shaper. Huh? Okay. Let's grab a different one then. That's weird. What has changed? I haven't updated the plugin whatsoever. That's really odd. That's really odd. This one is gonna do quite a bit of transient stuff already. Like, just listen. Just makes it instantly fat. But it's a pretty decent snare, though. We're gonna end the stream soon. It's 1:20 a.m. for me, I just seen. I just want to quickly check what happened. Why did I not just record this? This takes so much longer. Fuck it. Let's grab this track. So if we have that thing... It's a pretty decent snare. But what happens if we go... Let's go up something like there. And then let's take a frequency shifter and shift it back down again. So that we get like a shorter version of it, but let's see what we get. So it's kind of cool at this pitch as well, but let's see, C#3, that was this, right around here. A weird snare. You can also have it a little bit higher maybe. But by changing the pitch first and then shifting it around with a frequency shifter, you can get all kinds of different pitches, and then most of the time I would run it back into the saturator. Because it is gonna boost the level. We can also back this down a bit. So you can make a lot of snares really quickly from just one snare that you like. That's weird. Really low, but if we... I mean, you could even make it work. Yeah, nice. Anyways, I'm gonna call it quits for tonight because it's 1:30 AM almost here, so I'm gonna have to be quiet a bit. I just recently switched from Cubase after 13 years to Ableton. Which one of your YouTube videos should I watch to get... I don't know if I've done a video on templates, because I find that is, you know, I find that is a bit cumbersome for me to do, or a bit pointless for me to do. And no, not hating on you, but I can explain why. I don't think a tutorial about a template or making templates is necessarily a great tutorial. It's the only thing I would be able to do a tutorial about is how to make the actual template file. That is the only thing that would make sense for me to make a tutorial about. So that would be a 30-second tutorial. That's literally just, okay, so after you're done, you save it as a template in your template folder. That's all you do. You just do save as and then save as template. The reason why I say making a tutorial about a template is pointless is because a template should always be catered to what you need. So it's going to be personal. It's going to be something that you should figure out yourself, because that's what a template is. You set something up that makes your workflow faster. So it makes no sense for me to tell you, set it up like this or set it up like that, because I'm not you, right? And I don't have your workflow. So you should figure that out yourself, really. That's only going to be more beneficial to you as a person, as a producer, if you figure out what works for you and what your template needs to look like. What speeds up your workflow? That's what you need to figure out. And then you need to put those things in your template. That's the only advice I can give you on this, because I don't think me making a tutorial about how my template necessarily works, well, I mean, that could maybe be interesting, but it's so self-explanatory. Like, it's not even that much what I use, because when I just start, this is just for the stream intro music. This is just a group that's empty, with nothing on it. That's just for reference tracks, if I want to reference something when I'm doing a mixdown. This is just for resampling everything. This, I can just make some MIDI clips and mark that for marking out an arrangement or something, which is kind of similar to just using locators, but whatever, doesn't do anything. This is my sidechain triggers, and that is just literally just an operator creating a click, and I can just feed the MIDI into that from my kick channel and my snare channel, so that's what that is, and that's it. That's my template. That's it. The only other thing is what's on the master, but most of that is turned off and is not doing anything to the sound. It's literally all just, this is just changing the track colors automatically when I name them certain ways. This is just some stuff for during the streams, if I want to do a tape stop effect, or if I want to bring up U. This is just a rack that I copied from Face, which just allows me to switch between mono, stereo, stuff like that. If you want to see how to make this, just go to Face, his Patreon. He has a video on that. So I'm not going to go into that here. But it's just basically just a rack with presets for the macros, and then just setting it up like this. So I can just say, like, I want to hear just the mids and just the lows, and then I'm going to hear just the mids and the lows. Or I want to hear just the sides and the highs, for instance. That's all that does. But you can make that really easily yourself. Just know how to set it up. Like I said, I'm not going to go and explain it here. I'm not going to open these up and show you the inside, because that kind of takes away from his Patreon, and I don't want to do that. So if you want to know how that does, you probably know the drum and bass producer phase. Just go check out his Patreon. But it is pretty self-explanatory. Let me just say, in here are just a couple of different chains with like different effects that turn stuff from stereo to mid-side. So utility, basically. There's just a utility device in there. And then there's a couple of macros connected to the settings that need to be changed for it to go from mid to sides, or just here, the stereo. And then those macros positions are saved as snapshots. So these are just snapshot presets. So those are the same as like when I drag in one of my own racks. So if we just grab, for instance, one of the fat racks, those will have presets here. And if I click that, it changes the macro knobs. So that is just what those are. So I just saved a couple of positions for the macros. One where it is stereo, one where it is mono, one where it is only the sides. And then I did another one for like selecting frequency ranges. And that's just it. And that's it. But you can, you know, not really doing anything to the sound other than if it's just on stereo and through, it's not doing anything. So it's not audible or anything. And the rest is just, yeah, whatever. Analyzers. So that's not doing anything to the sound. Only this. That's a limiter. That's always on my master, but that's just it. Copy these settings if you want, but even those settings change. So you don't really have much to that. This is just the default algorithm, and this is just setting it up in a way so that it clips. That's just there for when I'm producing and I don't want to hurt my speakers or my headphones or my ears. So just have that on there so it clips anything going over 0. But when I'm actually, you know, when I would be done writing a tune, or when you're like doing a final mix or something, always go back and change these, because you probably don't want to have them set up this way, because it is going to distort if you push something into it. So that might be something you want to be aware of. But this way, at least, it doesn't do any pumping or anything like that. It just stays, it just clips off the transient. So that's what that is doing. And other than that, there's nothing on here that does anything. These are all analyzers. So just a frequency analyzer. We've got isotope inside on there. But there's really not much in my template that does anything other than just stuff that I might need every now and then, or the stuff that helps me to analyze things. That's really the only things that I put in my template. And my sidechain triggers. That's what I set up most. And mostly other than that, it's all just empty when I open up a project. Like if I do just this now and just go new, then you'll see what it looks like when we just have a new project. And it's really just that. So like I said, for me that makes sense, because I need these things, for instance, when I'm streaming. I need this intro music every time, so that's always going to be there, right? I need the tape stop every time at the end of the intro of the stream, so that's always going to be there. But you don't need that, right? So you're not going to put that in your template. So that's why I say you need to figure that out yourself, because it really doesn't make sense for me to tell what to put in your template. So yeah, that's just what it looks like. So basically nothing here makes sound other than this track. And that's just that. What you hear at the start of the stream. So that's it. And you can make it as complicated as you want. You can have all kinds of groups set up for like bass, drums. You can even have all things already in there, like, oh, I always use a low pass bass or low pass reeds in the intro. Let me already have a low pass reeds in there. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff. There's people who make orchestral music who will have like an entire orchestral library already mapped out and loaded because they don't want to do that every time. But for that purpose, it makes sense, and it makes their workflow faster because that is what they do a lot. But if I would have a project with like an entire orchestral library mapped out, it would only slow me down because half of the time I'm not going to use it, right? So that's what I mean why you need to figure it out yourself. Anyways, thanks for being here, everyone. I'll be back next week, Friday, 8:30 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, I should say. I'll be in the Discord afterwards, so if you want to join the Discord, then use this link. I'll drop it in the chat right now. And if you want to support me, then you can support me on Patreon. I hope I'm gonna get my new SD card reader tomorrow, because then I can get the October samples off of my portable recorder. Because it's already November, and yeah, I wanted to have them out before the weekend, on Friday, or today. I wanted to have them out today, actually yesterday. I tried to grab these samples off of the recorder yesterday that I recorded a bunch of Foley sounds for Patreon, and I wanted to get them off there, but I can't find the SD card reader, so I cannot get the samples I recorded off my portable recorder. So I have to wait for my new SD card reader, and then the samples for October will be online on Patreon. So they're a little bit late, but it is what it is. I didn't have anything else that I could, put on Patreon for the time being, so it is what it is. We'll just have 2 packs in November, and one will be called October. So that's gonna be it. I'm probably gonna be playing some City Skylines, and have some more fun with the new City Skylines too. And I hope you all had a good one. I might see you next week. And without further ado, peace. Have a good night, everyone. Later. Oh. I'm so stupid. Have a good night. Later. We'll just end with that, because I don't have anything here. Peace.